Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting this webinar shortly. Thank you for joining us. Now, before begin, let me remind you one thing. We will be recording this session and it's also available on our YouTube channel, that is SUDAC Hoshiarpur. To keep the quality or sound functional during the meeting, please mute yourself. For those just joining, welcome. Shall we start, Dr. Pooja?
Yes, Dr. Deepika, we can start now.
Okay. So a very warm good morning to all of you. I, Dr. Deepika Minhas, Assistant Professor in Ayurveda Samhita and Siddhant, Hoshiarpur, is here to host this webinar named as AYUSH VIBHODHINI 2, after the great success of AYUSH VIBHODHINI, which was conducted last year. Today, on the behalf of our team, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all presented here. I would like to extend my greetings toward our Principal Ma'am, Dr. Meenakshi Nath, Vice Principal, Dr. Mridu Sharma, and our guest of honor, Mr. Gurmeet. For encouraging us, I definitely thanks our Principal Ma'am and Vice Principal Ma'am for encouraging us to conduct a webinar like this today. I'm thankful to you, ma'am, for your kind support, suggestions, and guidance given to us as and when required. I would like to request our Principal Ma'am, Dr. Meenakshi Nath, to please share few words of wisdom with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Deepika. A very pleasant good morning to one and all present on this auspicious platform of Ayush Vibhodhini Series 2. Myself, Dr. Meenakshi Nath, Principal Srimati Urmila Devi Ayurvedic College, Hoshiarpur. I welcome you all on the behalf of Sudak family again. On receiving so much love and appreciation for the previous Ayush Vibhodhini series, we today bring you another leg of the same. A whole lot of students and participants, they took benefit from the previous sessions and witnessing so much of encouragement from one and all, we bring to you yet another time another series of Ayush Vibhodhini, and this time in partnership with Shri Dhanvantri Herbals. So I am very much thankful to Shri Dhanvantri Herbals for participating in this noble cause. Now, I extend my heartiest gratitude to our respected chairman, Engineer Amarjeet Singh Jiwalia, for always supporting all of us in whatever we do. I also thank Dr. Mridu, Vice Principal, Srimati Urmila Devi, Ayurvedic College, for solely taking this initiative and carrying it forward. I also thank and extend my best wishes to the organizing committee comprising Dr. Deepika Minhas, Dr. Sonika, Dr. Jyoti, and Dr. Pooja. They really put in all of their efforts in making any of the events successful one. All the best to all the department coordinators. May this initiative of yours be a huge success. The Ayush Vibhodhini series this time will begin today as in 2nd of the March and it will end on the 17th, and on each day there will be lectures on each subject. And it's a privilege this time as we introduce Sanskrit in our lectures. Sanskrit being the very language that the Samhitas and Granths were traditionally written in. I wholeheartedly welcome Mr. Gurmeet Singh as a guest of honor for the day. And on this very first lecture for Ayush Vibhodhini Series 2, I welcome Dr. Nandeesh with his topic, Relevance of Ayurvedic Samhitas in Current Era, a Practical Approach. Our Samhita Granths are a treasure, and Ayurveda is all about these texts. So this lecture would certainly be a very much helpful for all of us. And I am very much thankful to Dr. Nandeesh for sharing his experience on this practical topic. Thank you, Dr. Nandeesh. Once again, I extend my best wishes to all involved in the project. And now I request Dr. Deepika Minhas to please take the dais as coordinator and give a Mangalmay start to our first lecture. Over to you, Dr. Deepika.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's an honor to have a personality like you as our principal. As we all are assembled here to motivate and cherish the young minds and future of Ayurveda, apart from this is a great occasion to welcome our chief guest of today, Mr. Gurmeet, who is Deputy Group Product Manager of Sri Dhanvantri Herbals Company, who are our associate for the event. It's a well-recognized company and does not require an introduction. As we all know, Sri Dhanvantri Herbals serving humanity since 1952. They are tirelessly pursuing the mission to promote Ayurveda. Now, I request Mr. Gurmeet, our guest of honor today, to say a few words. Over to you, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself. Your voice is not audible.
Stay connected. It seems there is connection issue. Please stay connected. Dr. Deepika, kindly keep your camera on so we can see that you are connected. And rest all, stay connected, please.
So there is some connectivity issue. Mr. Gurmeet will be sharing his thoughts with us after the main lecture. So now let's begin the session by welcoming our honorary speaker. Our speaker for today, who is going to enlighten us about relevance of Ayurvedic Samhita in current era, a practical approach, is Dr. Nandeesh J, Assistant Professor in the Department of Ayurveda Samhita and Siddhant, NIA Jaipur. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce you, sir. Samhita is a subject in which we should all be deeply interested. Our speaker for today, Ms. Dr. Nandeesh, is graduate from RGUHS Bangalore and MD from NIA Jaipur. Sir is university topper, MD Ayurveda Samhita and Siddhant Department. Dr. Nandeesh is also deputed in Department of Ayurveda Manuscriptology. He is a reviewer of Journal of Ayurveda published by NIA Jaipur. Apart from his talents and advocacies, Dr. Nandeesh is also a prestigious author of a number of papers. He has presented in national and international seminars. On a final note, he maintained a remarkable poise in his journey of Ayurveda. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and over to you, Dr. Nandeesh.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Yeah.
Namaskar.
First of all, I'd like to thank the whole organizing committee from the Srimati Urmila Devi Ayurveda College So we were supposed to have a lecture last time, but due to some personal issues, it was not possible. So finally, I got an opportunity to give a lecture here. So as soon as you informed regarding this program, I was thinking which topic to take, and you decided. I mean, you gave the advice regarding practical approach towards samhita. And I also like this idea because usually we take topics every day. Each and every day we are taking subject. Each and every topic is given by lecture is given by one or the other teacher. But these kind of lectures are necessary, especially on this platform for students, because to know why they are studying, each and every topic, that becomes the initial step of giving the importance to each and every subject. That's why I thought we'll take a general topic, but at the same time, an effective one, so that whenever a person reads samhita, his perspective or her perspective will be different from what was there earlier than this lecture. So I'll just share the screen. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
So the topic for today, as already ma'am has mentioned, relevance of Ayurveda Samhita in current era, a practical approach. So I would like to discuss this topic based on these sub-headlines. Initially, before delivering any lecture, we have to know what the author or the speaker is going to speak, in which flow is he going to take this lecture forward. So for that purpose, I have added this slide. Initially, we'll go through what is the need of this topic. Then we'll see what is the difference between traditional method of learning and current method of learning. Then what is the basic word meaning of practical approach? In the topic what I have chosen, practical approach. What do we mean by that? What are the skills that is required by a Ayurveda graduate or Vaidya to achieve those practical targets? And there are certain things because of which these problems are created. That is misinterpretation of certain of the concepts of Ayurveda. And there is a advancement in technology because of which the students are already confused regarding why Ayurveda principles are lagging behind in technology. Then regarding the two ways of learning Ayurveda, that is at last, I'll be coming to that at last. So I'll start the topic as such. So why we are discussing? We don't discuss these kind of topics in contemporary science. You may not have heard a topic like relevance of Gray's anatomy in current era. Even after 500 years, the person who is reading Gray's anatomy will give equal importance as that of 500 years ago, similar to Robinson, Davidson, any of such allopathy or contemporary sciences. But when it comes to our science, we usually think why we are studying. So that is why the students' intention should be clear before studying Samhita. Answer is no. For the other sciences, it is not required because it is easy to understand. The language what is mentioned in these contemporary sciences are easy to understand. Each and every student from this background, like whoever has entered this MBBS or other contemporary sciences, they have certain background from this Western education. There is no difference of opinion. Mostly the authors have similar opinion, and you don't have to think too much regarding the topic. Unlike Ayurveda, where you have to think from individual perspective, there is nothing to think. The line is given, you have understood it, everybody applies it in the same way. And there are multiple literature, not one or two. You have 20 to 30 authors for each and every subject, so you can choose among them. Whereas in Ayurveda, the tradition what was followed earlier was oral tradition, because of which the documentation was started very later. You can say very later. The learning of system, I mean the learning system of Ayurveda was Gurukula system, as everyone knows. There is a variation of principles according to each school. Because of Gurukula system, there was no uniform university or uniform syllabus, and each and every teacher, whoever has given knowledge to his students or her students, they had slight difference of opinion. And the writing, whatever is documented later, they are written not in direct verses. They are written with certain hidden messages by using certain techniques called as Tantrayukti. And once you read the Ayurveda Samhita, still you can apply your own knowledge, like your ideas, while interpreting it. So now, because of all these things, the problem for today's generation, like the students who are studying Samhita for the first time, there is no educational background till +1 and +2. The Western education has completely destroyed the Indian background education. That is why this is one of the major problem. The 5.5 years what we are having at present, which includes, as per the new NCSM syllabus, 3 terms internship. Basically, it is taking a huge amount of our lives, but still for Ayurveda Vaidya, the years is also not sufficient basically to understand Samhita as it is. Now intellectual capacity is not as that much as previous generations, as you know it already. We are going forward in technology, but when you think of intellectual capacity, definitely we are on the negative side, and for understanding sciences like Ayurveda, intellectual capacity holds the key. Now, whenever a student enters a medical field, he comes with an intention of becoming a doctor. He doesn't think about anything other than the patients. So once he starts reading Ayurveda, he feels like, where have I entered? Why are we reading these kind of things like Shat Padartha? Why are we reading these kinds of things like Darshana? Especially first year, that is this topic of Padartha Vijnana, that is very much difficult to digest for a new graduate student, because he is thinking from only patient's point of view. The chronology of writing what is there in Samhita is not that much appealing to the students. For understanding one thing, you have to refer multiple things. For that is also creating one problem. There is advancement in medical field, which every student comes to know through the news or through his friends and any other means, because of which he always has a question mark on Ayurveda, whether these technology are able to take Ayurveda forward or not. Then also, we have to study not just Ayurveda, we have multiple other syllabus. This is also one point where students are confused. If Ayurveda is sufficient to understand any topic, why are we having allied science? So usually students are having these kinds of problem, which I could think of, I've added here. So whatever lecture I'm giving is through my experience only. I'm having only 10 years of experience or 11 years of experience after entering Ayurveda field, but it takes a lot amount of one's life to understand Ayurveda properly. So whatever I am telling, it is only my perception. There could be slight improvisation, or there could be certain things which you may not feel as I feel. So you can take it as you want. So first step in overcoming these problems, these whatever problem statements I have told, is the positive mindset. Without positive mindset and without belief or faith, nothing is possible. Simple example: if you don't like a particular hotel, restaurant, you don't feel like going there. If you already feel that the restaurant is not providing good food, even if it provides the good food, you don't feel that as good. That is because of your belief or the mindset, negative mindset and negative belief. And that is one of the most important. Belief and positive mindset are first and foremost thing which a student needs to inculcate. It may not be directly by himself. It may be the responsibility of the institute to give him certain initial induction classes to give a positive mindset when he enters BMS. Because as soon as he enters BMS, he is bombarded with negative thoughts from his colleagues from other contemporary sciences. When you see these kinds of line, where it says, this is from Astangarjam, Vagbata says this science, entire Ayurveda is written, or Samhita, whatever is there, is written by the under the guidance of supreme teachers, Agama Siddhatva, and whatever is written is having the proof, Pratyaksha Phala Darshana. They have seen it through their eyes and they have heard it through the patients. That is why you don't have to think each and every line. Mantravat sampravayuktavyam. Just chant it like a mantra. I think you might have attended many programs where the mantra are chanted. Nobody thinks about those meanings. They just listen to that as if there is something positivity like spreading here and there. So just like that, you just start reading Ayurveda Samhita. This is one line what Vagbata says. Na mimansyam. Don't question it. And one line from Charaka where he says nothing is available in this world what is not there in Charaka Samhita. So when a person like Charaka or Vagbata is telling these kinds of lines with too much confidence, these are not simple lines. These are written with confidence, and that confidence can be seen in these lines. So once these people are telling these kinds of lines, definitely you should think that there is something in Ayurveda because of which these kinds of lines are told. But still, there are certain hidden messages in every line. For that also, Acharya has directly given the meaning. You might have got a question in your mind like, when you read Ayurveda Samhita, why is it not arranged in a properly manner? Like anatomy first, physiology later, followed by pathological aspects, followed by chikitsa, followed by some panchakarma therapy procedures. This would be the ideal method what a student expects, but it is not written in that way. It is written in different way by applying various samprikti. Why is it? Here he says at the end of Charaka Samhita Chikitsa Sthana, he says this is considered to be the best of the sthana, param tantram. This is considered to be the best of the sthana, and he has written it in a coded manner, rahasyam. He has mentioned the word rahasyam. So now this secret, or you can say coded kind of language in Ayurveda Samhita, why is it written? This is very important to understand. Here he writes, the commentator writes, Chakrapani. You can see here he says, Atyanta upayukta chikitsa abhidayakataya kopyam. This is considered to be too much useful for the human, humanity. That is why it is written in secret manner. Now you might be confused. If it is so much useful, then why is it written in a hidden language? Then he says, Na kasmaichit papisthaya prakashaniyamiti. So this is to keep this holy science away from the evil thoughts, evil-minded people. Like previously, we used to prepare instruments for preparation of certain household materials, but the same instruments are now used by the warfield experts in destroying certain things. So the same thing can be used both positive way and in an extremely negative way. Right now you can see the war-like situation, what is happening in the USA and USSR and other countries. That is because certain people are having evil thoughts. Just like that, if Ayurveda was written in a simpler manner, maybe the people who are having evil thoughts would have used Ayurveda to their benefits rather than the humanity. That is why the Samhita is written in coded manner. Now the practical approach, what I am talking about in this lecture is, a student may enter into either clinical practice, or he may enter into a research field or academics field, or he may enter into an administration field, pharmaceutical fields, or he could be, or she could be a role, you can say boss, like entrepreneur. Now, to achieve these things, a student's life is very much important, especially the BMS student. When a BMS student is passing out after 5.5 years, you can see these kinds of students. Initially, the students may have interest in reading the science. Later, they may lose the interest. Certain people are having interest in listening to the lectures, reading to the textbooks, but they are not at all interested in attending the OPDs or IPDs, especially the IPDs. First BMS student, if he is not entering IPD, then it means he has lost the initial, you can say, the phase. IPD and patients are foremost important things in Ayurveda to understand each and every concept of Ayurveda. Now in this table, what I have mentioned, two types of extreme students are there. The one who doesn't have textual knowledge, not even having patient's exposure. So these are the students who usually are forced to enter into this field. Ultimately, they may have their own business in their family. Later, they'll be running their family. So we are not worried about those people. They are just entering and they are just living with degree. We are worried about the other sets of students. The last student who is having both the textual knowledge as well as attending the patients and getting the practical knowledge by the experienced Vaidya, only they'll be able to explain the principles of Ayurveda to the outer world, because of which Ayurveda can reach to higher level. Now there is another student, that is student number 3. He may not have a textual knowledge, but definitely he may have clinical exposure. He may be interested in listening to the patient. So these kinds of students, 3 and 4, are usually running their clinics. The student 3 will usually run a clinic. He may get succeeded, but he doesn't know why the medicine is given, why the diagnosis is done. What he does is, he doesn't have textual knowledge. He just copies his or her own teacher during the internship. They just write it in the prescription. Certain times it works, certain times it doesn't work. Maybe he's a very good orator, that's why patients are there with him. The fourth student, who is having both of them, will be able to treat him. At the same time, he'll be also able to document it in classical Ayurveda way, because of which Ayurveda can be propagated. Now we are focusing on making each and every student as the fourth variety. Now, what are the skills required to achieve this target? Whatever a practical approach, it could be the teacher, or it could be the practitioner or research field expert, any of them. Each and every person requires two sets of skills. One is called as hard skills, one is called as soft skills. Now here comes the role of Ayurveda Samhita. Now hard skills are nothing but the textual matter, or you can say the expertise in the field. For example, a student enters into engineering field, the subject of engineering is his hard skill. A student enters into a BMS field, the BMS subject knowledge is called as hard skill. And what is soft skill? Soft skills are nothing, hard skill, I'll just go through that. In Ayurveda, it is told that hard skills are nothing but Pata, Avabodha and Anushtana. These are the three sets of principles through which Ayurveda can be learned easily. Initially, Pata. Pata means to just chant as it is. Avabodha is to understand the concept as it is in the line. And ultimately, Anushtana. Anushtana means to bring it into the practice. So any Ayurveda Vaidya, to become successful in his life, he has to start reading Samhita. Initially, just read it. Even if he understands or doesn't understand, doesn't matter. Pata is first. Only when he does the Pata, chanting or reading the Samhita, only then he'll be able to understand it partially, Avabodha. And Anushtana, that is clinical practice. Once he enters into a patient's, you can say OPD or IPD, then only he'll be able to apply the learned subject in the clinical field or research field or in administration field. So these are the three steps what is required in Ayurveda as a hard skill. Now in relation to patient, we are knowing that Hetulinga Aushadha, these are the three sutra. So these are the hard skills what a student should achieve through studying Samhita in relation to becoming successful any of the practical expert. Now apart from that, there is a set of soft skills. What do you mean by soft skills? Soft skills are nothing but the people skills. It is also called as interpersonal skills. Here the skills are focusing on how the person is able to maintain the stress or take the stress, how the person is able to have a leadership quality, how the student or the person is able to have Communication skill. Here you can see the multiple soft skills what I mentioned. Clear communication, confidence in the skills, leadership quality, empathy towards the patients, stress management, strong work ethics, humility, attention to each and every details, receptive attitude, positive outlook, professionalism. So these are certain of the things which are not available in the syllabus of any of the medical science. If you happen to see any other science, they just focus on anatomy, physiology, pathology and treatment. That's all, nothing else. They are only focusing on this. The rest of the soft skills, those students are usually learning by attending workshops or by certain people are having by birth certain innate qualities because of which they may be successful in handling the patients. So the one who is having textual knowledge without these soft skills, you can consider them in the field of medical science as not so successful, because even if you are 100% having knowledge about each and every samhita of Ayurveda, if you are missing these parts, neither you will be able to convince the patient, neither the patient will follow you, neither people will follow you to ask anything related to Ayurveda. Ultimately, your knowledge will be just in the written book. Otherwise, it doesn't come out of out in the public. Now, the samhita study is focusing majorly on these soft skills as well. This is a point which you need to understand. Each and every chapter, each and every sutra, each and every sthana of Ayurveda or samhita is not directly writing about, or you can say not entirely writing about hard skills. Hard skills are a part of samhita, definitely 50 to 60%, but remaining 40% of samhita is focusing on this. These are the soft skills what I feel is required by a Vaidya. We'll see one by one. So clear communication. If you see the clear communication, this is required by everybody. This cannot be left out. If a doctor is quiet, nobody likes to go towards them. This is obvious. Everybody knows that. So Vaksaustave is nothing but the clear communication skill. This can be seen in Sutrasthana of Ayurveda. These things are written in Sutrasthana, which means from the beginning itself, the students should be taught, or you can say should be trained in such a way that their communication skill is going to improve in the coming days. You can see another word there, pragalbe. Pragalbe is nothing but confidence in the skills. It's not like you study a bone in anatomy and next day you are confused about that bone or you are not having confidence. To bring it out in the public life is important. Like you are aware of that subject, that's why I'm able to treat this patient. So that is confidence. Whatever confidence you are having is because of your earlier study. So these two things are mentioned in the shloka of Sushruta, you can see. Then convincing ability, communication skill, convincing the other person. You can say this is written in various chapters of Ayurveda in the names of Pararthanumana, in various Vadamarga. Vadamarga, there are 44 mentioned by Acharya Charaka. And these are specifically targeting on communication skill of the Vaidya, convincing ability of the Vaidya in front of the other. Right now, you might have seen many Ayurveda and allopathy people being, you can say, fighting each other in Facebook and other fields. They are not going to achieve anything. If you just say that this is the better version, this is the least version, this is higher, this is lower, nothing is going to work. You have to give justification to your statements, and that can be done only by knowing the proper way of communication, proper way of debating with a person. That is called as Pararthanumana, or otherwise in detail you can say it in Vadamarga. Now, leadership qualities. The Sambhashya Parishad of Ayurveda, there you can see multiple hidden messages. You can see Atreya, you can see many other people coming for the symposiums. Now Atreya is the leader who is handling all those things. Even if you see the student side, the Agnivesha was, he was shown as a leader among the students. The other people are said to be his batchmates. So leadership quality in Ayurveda is must, and this is seen in Samhita. So these are certain of the hidden messages what the Samhita are giving. Once you start reading the Samhita, just like a novel, some people like to read novel because they can experience the characters in the novel. That's why they like to read. They don't want to watch the same film, whatever has come by that book. They want to read the book because they want to experience it. Similarly, once you are starting to read Samhita, you have to involve within the science, involve with this shloka. You have to experience these kinds of things, the leadership quality, the communication skill. Then only you will be able to understand what actually the Samhita are going to tell. Just for example, if you ask me to give an example, when the chapter of Ikka Shwasa is starting in Charaka Samhita, Charaka Chikitsa, Atreya Maharashi says two lines. He says, Kamam Pranahara Roga. This is not there in the slide, I just remembered. Kamam Pranahara Roga Bahavo Natu Detata. There are multiple in the world which can kill a person. But these are the two diseases which can kill a person instantly. That is Ikka and Swasa. He tells this sentence and then he starts explaining the Nidana, Pururupa, Samprapti and all those things about Tikka, Shwasa and ultimately the Chikitsa. Now when a orator like Atreya speaks these lines, why he is speaking is because he is trying to attract the students. He is trying to attract the students because students may be having certain distractions. He is trying to get their attention like something important I am going to explain because of which patient may die. That's why the student's entire attraction, or you can say the attention, will come towards the Atreya and then he starts explaining. So this is nothing but the leadership quality, taking the whole lot together. This is nothing but the communication skill, bringing the attention of the student. So all these things can be seen in Samhita. Empathy. So Maitri, Karunyam. Karunyata is so much important. If you cannot feel what the patient is feeling, then Ayurveda doesn't believe that the physician is successful, because he or she who feels like the patient will be able to understand them better psychologically rather than physically. It is psychological understanding of the patient which can make the Vaidya and student, or you can say Vaidya and the patient's relation better. So Maitri, that is, it should be like a friendship. There is strong work ethics. It is not sufficient just to prescribe the medicine and just leave as it is. Or you might have seen the clinicians doing these kinds of things, like they bring too much amount of medicines from a certain pharmacy, and when the medicine is not getting completed or not getting sold out, ultimately whenever a patient comes, they just prescribe. You might have seen certain physicians prescribing too many number of prescriptions, and certain times they may not be necessary, certain times necessary, of course, and certain times they may have certain complications to the patient. So during those times, in the times of Samhita, where the kings used to rule and Raja Vaidya used to be hired, and those people used to conduct medical checkup and surgical procedures there, you can see the work ethics was present even that time. This shloka, specific shloka verse, you can see Upakrosha and Asangraha. These are the two words what you can see. If you treat a patient who is considered to be asadhya, what will happen? Just to get money or just to gain the like artha, then what is going to happen? Janapavada. The people are not going to give positive feedback. You may have 0 patients from next day. Not only that, even you might be given penalty by the kings, or you can say in present days you may be legally called for certain hearings. So these are the two things which a Vaidya should consider. If these are not there, then if work ethics are not there, then these things can happen in today's time also. So these are present even in today's time. Just the thing is, the terminologies are different, the explanation is different, the subject matter where it is present is different. Otherwise, it is the same as Ayurveda Samhita. Now, humility. Once you know certain knowledge about the topic, you become, you can say, egoistic, or you can say you become more confident about that. You feel that others are not aware of those subjects. But a good Vaidya, good Ayurveda Vaidya, always will be having these kinds of quality like humility. So whenever you see Samhita, there are particular terms like pranamya. Atreya, Agnivesha is doing pranam to his teacher like Atreya. You can see namaskritya, certain times namaskritya in the context of Vata Kalakali Adhyaya. You may see certain Acharya like Varyo Vida telling Vayoho namaskritya, I am going down towards Vayu. So basically they are having these kinds of quality of humility, because of which they are so successful. Once you get egoistic or overconfident, then certain soft skills of the physicians are gradually going to decrease. So these are certain things again we need to learn from Samhita. So I am just trying to explain each and every term in Ayurveda can be interpreted and adopted by a student in his life, in his 5.5 years BMS life, so that in the entire lifetime he is going to be a very successful physician. Attention to detail. The Pariksha Vidya of Ayurveda is so strong. You might have seen the different various methodology of analyzing a disease. Darshana, Sparshana, Prashna, or it could be the Anumana, Pratyaksha, Aptopadesha. So at Pariksha, attention to each and every detail is very much important. Next, positive outlook. Even if you are not able to succeed, for example, you are not able to diagnose a disease, still Acharya Charaka says you don't have to worry, you don't have to feel, you can say, ashamed of yourself. So this is nothing but a positive outlook. This is also one important thing what you need to learn from Samhita. Whenever you read Samhita, this is very much important, because in today's time, the modern diagnosis is regularly changing, constantly changing. This constant change in the parameters, you may not be able to diagnose a patient when he is in front of you in clinic. And once the patient start googling the disease, and then you feel like why am I not aware of these things? Basically, this is the time when a student or when a Vaidya loses his self-confidence. So it should not be happening, because Charaka himself says there are so many diseases, you don't have to worry, just focus on the principle, you will be successful in his life, in your life. So think to be positive or positive outlook. Receptive attitude. This is one point where Ayurveda is very much different from other sciences, especially the contemporary allopathy science, because here whatever is written in text need not be followed as it is. These are nothing but just the guidelines. And if a person is considered to be alpa buddhi in the sense who doesn't have that much of time to have his own interpretation, for those people, these are the lines which can be taken as it is. But if a person is having madhyama buddhi or the maha buddhi, or you can say utkrishta buddhi, then definitely based on his interpretation skill, based on his knowledge about surroundings, all those things he can own, like he can prepare on his own, he can diagnose on his own, he can give procedures on his own. So this kind of receptive attitude is only possible in a field like Ayurveda, and you are free to think from your point of view. This is one greatest example of Charaka being so much, you can say, honest, and at the same time is down to earth person, because any of the Vaidya, if he's having knowledge like Atreya, you would have just dictated like, oh, I am only right. But here it is not so. He's telling you, even you can think from your own point of view. So this receptive attitude is to be adopted by a physician like me or you. So if I give Sitapaladi Churna to one person, if you feel Sitapaladi Churna is not necessary, or if you feel like Lakshmi Vilasa Rasa is necessary, you can give Lakshmi Vilasa Rasa. There is no problem with that. So don't blindly copy the other person, or don't feel low if your prescription is different from the other person. Each and every person is thinking from his own principal point of view. So each and every one person could be right. Professionalism. So whenever you meet a person with low social status, you should look like the same status person. Otherwise, the person may not explain each and every detail. If you are not having good professionalism, what happens is, you are working in, imagine you are posted in a rural area and you are dressing up just like going into a MNC. Then the people around there will not feel you as a doctor. They will not connect to you. At that particular point of time, what you need to do is you just dress up like that rural area and just make them feel like you are one among them. Definitely they'll be able to open up about each and every of their problem, and then they will be able to, and you will be able to understand them better. At the same time, when you are posted in places like urban areas, the people around that region expect you to be somewhat different. So now this concept is nothing but it can be called as the Pararadhana Pandita. Just be as people expect around you. So this is nothing but professionalism, what is required by a Vaidya. And regarding dressing sense and all those things, how we should be clean and all those things, these are also mentioned in Samhita. So these are not written simply. You might have seen certain Vaidya, and at the last minute you might have understood that is an Ayurveda Vaidya. That is because of not being so professional. Professionalism is so much important, especially in current era, presentation towards the patient. Now psychotherapy, this is one area where Ayurveda cannot be beaten by any of the science. So you might have heard about the subject called Manasa Roga, one of the PG department, but not every college is having Manasa Roga, and it is incorporated within Kaya Chikitsa under NCISM. So Sattvavajaya Chikitsa is one of the most important part which usually we neglect. So Dashavidha Pariksha and all those lengthy examination techniques of Ayurveda, these are not for diagnosing a disease. You might have got it wrong. Dashavidha Pariksha and all those things are to focus on the bala of the patient, Vyadhi bala and Roga, the Rogi bala and Roga bala, and ultimately to decide whether to go for Shodhana or Shamana. So these kind of pariksha are actually creating an impact on the patient's mind. When you ask the patient how many chapati are you eating, how much of sabji you are using, which oil are you using, what time do you get up, whether your feces is having snigdhata or not, whether when you wake up you feel fresh or not, whether you get sleep as soon as you go to the bed. So these kinds of questions are not asked by any other science. These questions will directly touch the heart of the patient. So patient will immediately connect to you, because one or the other of these questions you will get the positive answer, like I'm not going to get the sleep. And ultimately you may ask certain food related question as well, like whether you are making takra by adding water, without adding water, you are making dahi by using by your own or directly taking from the market. So these kinds of questions will create a positive mindset in the patient, like this physician is something different. He is asking about my routine life rather than just giving his own medicine. He is asking my routine life, and he is touching each and every point, and he is able to analyze where I am doing wrong. Once the patient feels this about the Vaidya, then he is a lifelong patient of that Vaidya. This is for sure. Each and every family member and each and every friend of that person will also become your patient. So this is nothing but the effect of Sattvavajaya on the patient. And this Sattva Vajaya is mentioned and in entire text, starting from Sutra first till the last chapter of each and every Samhita. One or the other way, the Vaidya is incorporating the Sattva Vajaya Chikitsa in his mind. So this Darshana, Sparshana, Prashna, Prashna Pariksha or Dashavidya Pariksha are just an example. Otherwise, you feel like, why are you asking so much of questions, so many questions just to diagnose a disease or just to treat a patient? In Ayurveda, we even have a terminology for the psychotherapist. He is called as Manasa Vyadhi Beshaja Vedi. So these kinds of specialization is not available in Ayurveda. When you see Kaya Bala Gruhodvanga, only 8 branches are mentioned. Nowhere mentioning of Manasa Roga Tagna. When he says Manasa Vyadhi Beshaja Vedi, Chakrapani you can see in this reference. So what it basically means is each and every Ayurveda Vaidya should become a Manasa Vyadhi Beshaja Vedi, which means each and every Ayurveda Vaidya, may it be Kaya Chikitsa specialist, may it be Bala Roga specialist, may it be Prasuti specialist, may it be Dravya Guna specialist, any of the Ayurveda Vaidya, they all are considered to be psychotherapists, because the way of questioning a patient will directly touch the heart of the patient, will directly relate with the patient. Whenever a patient relates himself with the doctor, then you can definitely take it for granted that he is going to be your permanent customer. So that is in relation to certain of the soft skills. I mentioned regarding soft skills, very few of them I have taken up and I have tried to show regarding each and every one, every soft skill with certain references. Now what point I am going to make here is hard skills. You can see basically mostly in Nidhanasthan, certain part of Sutrasthan. I am talking about hard skill where textual knowledge is necessary to treat a patient. So there are certain parts of Sutrasthana, Nidhanasthana, Chikitsasthana. So these are the 3 specific sthana which concentrates you to become expert in hard skill. Whereas the other sthana, for example, it could be Vimanasthana, it could be certain parts of Sharirasthana where certain philosophies are mentioned. So these are all focusing one or the other way on these soft skills. This is my point. Whenever you read a Samhita from practical point of view, whether you feel it is practical or not depends on you. Your way of observing this science line. Certain lines make you better in communication, certain lines make you better in positive outlook, certain lines directly mention you regarding Hetu. So you have to analyze which part of this practical aspects this line fits in. That in accordance, you are going to develop yourself in both hard skills and soft skills. Now, the question regarding misinterpretation. There are multiple verses in Ayurveda Samhita where usually we misinterpret. We take it. For example, mythological stories, certain regimen, mythological stories like maybe something related to Parada and Gandhaka. So students usually remember that mythological story. Maybe in relation to Daksha Yajna, maybe in relation to Ayurveda Avatarana. So certain mythological characters are mentioned there, because of which students feel Ayurveda is something supernatural. So usually in present days, present generation, including myself and including the lower staff, maybe the lecturer group, we are not that much like you can say concentrating on these mythological stories as the earlier generation. Earlier generation used to respect each and every story because they used to believe as it is. But nowadays we question each and everything. When I say Indra is the one, Brahma is the one, I feel like this is something different. This is wrong. I feel it is wrong. That is because of the mindset what has been created in my mind due to the Western education. Now I'll take one example or 2 examples where misinterpretation has been done by us, by our own, you can say Ayurveda fraternity. For example, this Ayurveda Avatar. So Brahma, Prajapati, Ashwini. So you can see this is the first Ashtanga. The student is in the first week of his BMS. And imagine a student going back to his house and telling his parents, today I learned Ayurveda Avatarana. Ayurveda has come from Brahma and has gone to Ashwini Kumara. And he starts telling certain historical aspects like this head was cut, head was replaced. Then what impact is it going to create? It is going to create a bit of negativity among the parents as well as the students. I'm not talking about the mythological story. I'm talking the mindset of the student. He thinks I have come here to become a doctor and I am listening to stories here. This is the mindset of the student, especially in the current era where students are coming to Ayurveda by chance, not by choice. This creates more problem. They even can propagate negativity among ourselves. Now, this shloka is basically written with a Rupaka in mind. The earlier way of explaining each and every concept in Indian tradition was with an example, or you can say with a story, because stories are easy to remember. Stories can be remembered forever, and with that I want to give a message. Even the traditional Indian culture, you can say it could be the dance in various state-wise programs, all add certain internal message what was supposed to be conveyed, and they were made into certain rupaka. This shloka, I just take an example here. Basically, Brahma means the Gnana. Brahma basically means Gnana. So Gnana is the one who is the beginning, was the beginning of the knowledge. For example, the Ayurveda, initially people used to feel sick. Certain of the group of people who are having intellectual power, who analyzed all those Panchamabhuta Siddhanta and all, they used to give certain herbal drug. They used to just make kalka of it, they used to just make swaras of it, and ultimately give it to the patient. They used to get fine. Then they used to understand that this drug is useful in this disease. So in that way, the entire Ayurveda was started, and then that group of people, the initial days, can be taken as Brahma. Brahma is nothing but the creation of the knowledge rather than the person. It's a group of people who sat together to discuss certain concepts of Ayurveda in the initial days. Then you can see the second person who is called as Prajapati. So Prajapati word meaning is the one who is having a good, you can say the one who feels or one who wants to have certain positive impact on the common public, who wants to do good things to the public. He is called as Prajapati. So this knowledge of Ayurveda was transferred only to those people. Now Prajapati is here indicating the one who wants to give it to the good person. So Papishtaya, I mentioned regarding in the earlier verses, evil spirits or evil people. Ayurveda was not transferred to them. It was only transferred to good people. Prajapati is nothing but good people. Now Ashwinav, you can see Ashwinav. Ashwini are usually like told together. They are two in number. So what is this two is nothing but two aspects of each and everything. It could be positives and negatives, pros and cons, the advantages and disadvantages. So these are nothing but the Ashwinav. So once the concept was told, for example, imagine Vasa is best drug for Kasa. This is one of the initial line made by the Brahma or the one who has knowledge. Now this was put forward to good people. Those good people initially analyzed whether it is right or not. How much of Vasa is good for Kasa, how much of Vasa is having side effects or negative impact, all those things, pros and cons. And ultimately, they were tried on a large number of people, who is referred here as Sahasraksha. Sahasraksha, 1,000 eyes. Here, rather than mentioning Indra, they mentioned Sahasraksha, 1,000 eyes, which means they are basically talking about the research methodology, what is followed now. So this shloka in the Ayurveda Avatarana is nothing but the research methodology adopted in Ayurveda to bring each and every Siddhanta. It is not like the one overnight Brahma came and told Prajapati. No, it is never possible. These are generations of people who have made this science to present level. This is nothing but research methodology. Sahasraksha is nothing but the sample on whom we are trying that drug.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Okay, how long was it muted? Last 1 minute?
Yeah.
So this is nothing. Ayurveda Authority is nothing but the research methodology of Ayurveda, you can say. So ultimately, the conclusion what we are getting, that is nothing but this Siddhanta. It is called a Siddhanta, and that will be marketed later as Vasa is one of the best drug for Kasa. So this line is nothing but lot time invested research project of Ayurveda. In the same way, each and every line of Ayurveda, may it be there are 6 rasa, may it be there are 3 dosha, may it be like this basti is best in this medicine, in this kind of disease, may it be like this person should take this diet. All these things are nothing but each and everything is called a Siddhanta, and each and every Siddhanta has passed through these steps. So now you understand Ayurveda Avatarana from this point of view. Each and Ayurveda as concept has come from this research methodology, which is written as Ayurveda Avatarana. Now you understand properly what is Ayurveda Avatarana. If you explain this way, so this is one of my interpretation. If you explain in this way to each and every person who has entered first BMS, then definitely they'll go back home with, you can say, with certain thoughts in their mind, with certain positivity in their mind. Like something is there in Ayurveda which I need to learn within next 5.5 years, and Samhita is going to help me in achieving all these things. Now another thing is another example.
Sir, you are muted again.
I think it is because of using keyboard. Now I got it. So Rutumati is once the lady enters menstrual phase, there are certain things which are contraindicated, which are not to be followed by her. And usually we make fun of that. We don't read that sloka as it is. She should not comb, she should not put anjana, she should not take bath. All those things we listen, and it is not practical. Definitely it is not practical, and I don't think any of the like girl in present era will follow that. So what it means is the entire sloka is basically giving an idea regarding Ritumati should take rest. This is her phase where she needs rest to her body. The earlier generation where females were largely made into, you can say, they used to work from morning to evening, and later they used to get tired. So during this time at least they should take rest. So for telling that, these kinds of stories were made, like don't let her comb her hair, don't let her take bath. So this is basically a message. So this is a message for the household people that they should not give her too much of work. Now, this is one of the misinterpretation. Another example of misinterpretation. Now another shloka, this I'll take from clinical example view. So you can see this line is taken from Samakashvasa. Many people comment on this, like in Tamakashvasa we have to go for Virechana. So you have confusion regarding Tamakashvasa is a Kafaja Vyadhi, why should I go for Virechana? It should be Vamana. Now this explain Shodhana, like it could be the Vamana or Virechana. Both are having Virechana. This we can see in Kalpasthana. In Kalpasthana he says Virechana is nothing but one of the explanation of Virechana is remove the dosha out of the body. It could be through upper route or it could be through the lower route. But in routine practice, Virechana is basically used for the purgation therapy. Now, when you interpret this Virechana term from that point of view, from Kalpasthana point of view, then you understand maybe he is talking about Vamana only. If the patient is coming to you with Kapha Pradhana Vikara, Kapha Lakshana, the same Tamakashvasa, you don't have to apply this sutra for Virechana. Apply this Virechana as Vamana, then your answer is like you will get the proper answer and proper result. And if the patient is coming to you with Pitta dominant symptoms, even though he is a Tamakashvasa patient, then go for Virechana. That is the principle what we learn in Samhita. So irrespective of Tamakashvasa being the diagnosis, Kapha go for Vamana, Pitta go for Virechana. So that is the interpretation of this line. So this is also misinterpreted. That's why students get confused. Why I am telling all this thing is students are confused regarding reading Samhita because one line says something, the other line says something else. Now these are certain examples what I have taken for misinterpretation of certain concepts. Now next point is in relation to technology. Always all students think about Ayurveda not being on par with modern technology. So whether it is possible for us to be in line with modern technology? Yes, it is possible. But how? We cannot change the classical principles of Ayurveda. But whatever is told, we can slightly modify that. Just take an example. I think you'll yourself able to understand what I want to tell. In the times of Sushruta or Charaka, where war-like situations were there, multiple people used to get injured. Imagine a patient who has injured his teeth, the fracture of the teeth. Now that person is not able to eat properly. So Acharya Sushruta says, make him to drink liquid diet through a Utpalanala. Utpalanala acting as a pipe there. So this was the term, this was the methodology what was followed earlier. But the same thing you can see in today's time, whenever a patient is bedridden, not able to eat, the rice tube is added. The rice tube is inserted and ultimately the diet is given through that. Now, isn't it the same as Utpalanala? Yes, it is the same principle as Utpalanala, but in today's generation, due to the advancement in technology, we are able to get a better instrument rather than Utpalanala. So that is why we use the rice tube. Whenever a person uses rice tube, don't think it is just modern science. I mean, you can say don't think it is an allopathy science. It is nothing but the modern science. Modern science is different from allopathy science. Allopathy is the medicine, whereas modern science means the technology. Technology is nobody's property. It can be the property of allopathy or it could be the property of Ayurveda, allopathy. Engineer, anyone of us can use technology. Technology is not anyone's property. So due to this change in technology, we may use these kinds of instrument. Now the same chapter, you can see another example. When a person is having, you can say fracture of his small bones of his hand, initially he will not be able to work properly. So there, after the proper surgical procedure, after you can say reduction of the after reduction of that person's this thing, you can say fracture, after fracture therapy, he needs to get back his power, and that was done in a phased manner. Initially, he was asked to have exercise with Mritpinda. mud ball made of mud. Later that ball was converted, I mean that ball was replaced with lavana. So the ball will made out of lavana. And lastly, once he gets the proper exercise, he was given a hard structure like pashana. Pashana is stone. So this is nothing but a phase-wise manner a person can be treated through the physiotherapy. Now if you analyze this, physiotherapists of today's time, aren't they following the same thing? Yes, they are following the same thing. The principles of Ayurveda, like these exercises, when you put together, you will get a whole new concept called as physiotherapy. Only difference is, at earlier times we didn't have sophisticated instruments. In present days, we are having sophisticated instruments. Now, isn't the technology used even now in the field of Ayurveda? Yes, but in different names. Just remember, it is the different name with which we are calling, but ultimately the classical samhita is followed even today. So that is why we need to understand, or we need to read samhita from practical point of view. Don't read this as a blind line, like in today's time we don't give the patient with pinda, we don't give lavana, we don't give pashana, but understand the line or the hidden message through that and see it in present perspective. Definitely you will feel how advanced the samhita are. In the similar way, you can even get some new idea regarding other shloka. This one famous shloka because of which the Sushruta was given the status of father of Indian surgery, and even is hailed all over the world. It's not just India, every part of the world Sushruta's name is famous rather than Charaka. Why? Because of this one simple verse where he says the flap of particular part of the body should be cut and joined to the surrounding part where you need to go for the plastic surgery kind of situation. Like, they don't cut the part as it is, because the blood circulation, or you can say vasculature of the part is very much important. Earlier what used to happen, they used to cut one part and replace it with, then replace that same part to other part. But what happens, the vasculature is cut, because of which there was almost negative results. But once Sushruta's this line was followed, that vasculature should not be disturbed. Dalana even says regarding that vasculature. So because of this simple line, the entire modern principles changed in the field of plastic surgery, and ultimately the cosmetic surgery, what the modern science or allopathy is following, is entirely based on this principle. And of course, they have developed other principles as well, but this basic information taken from this line is the basis for the entire plastic surgery, because of which few good people in Ayurveda field and allopathy field have given Sushruta this status. Otherwise, even today they would have claimed it as their sex. Now, ultimately, after reading all these things, now you may be asking me a question regarding, okay, I've understood all these things. Now you tell me, how should I study Ayurveda? I've understood all this. Now, the answer for this is, there are two ways of analyzing Ayurveda Samhita. It could be a principle-based analysis, or it could be a diagnosis-based analysis. When a patient comes to you in your clinic, you can ask two types of questions. One person may ask in detail regarding Dinacharya, Rutucharya. He may assess his dosha, dushya, balam, kalam, analam, prakritim, vaya, all those things. And ultimately, based on that samprapti, he may prescribe his medicine based on his knowledge of Dravya Guna or Rasashastra. This is called as principle-based diagnosis, or you can say management by an Ayurveda Vaidya. Here, the diagnosis is not that much important. Even if you are not aware of the medicines given in Chikitsasthana, still you will be able to succeed. The other thing is diagnosis based. Here, you are concentrating on Nidansthana. You are concentrating on book like Madhav Nidan. You analyze the symptoms, you take the Pratyatma Lakshana, and then you tell like, okay, this is the Pratyatma Lakshana, that's why this patient is having Amavata. And Amavata Chikitsa, you open the book, you take the medicine and give it to the patient. Here, in diagnosis based study, you don't have to think too much from your point of view, your like intellectual point of view. Analyze the symptom, diagnose it, apply the Chikitsa Sutra as it is. In principle based study, diagnosis is not so important. Just analyze the patient from the classical principles like Doshadi, Samprapti, Vigatana, whatever I mentioned here. Ultimately, both of these kinds of physicians are going to succeed. Which is right, which is wrong, that is not the point of view here. Both of these are right. If you are such a person who can understand the intellectual meaning in each and every line, if you are able to bring out the hidden message and apply it in your real life, then you may go into this kind of principle-based practice. Otherwise, if you feel like Ayurveda is very difficult to understand, or your intellectual capacity is not meeting the expectation, then this kind of study also can be done, diagnosis-based study. Focus yourself on Vyadhi Vinishchaya and apply the Chikitsa Sutra. Just focus on 30 or 40 diseases around your area or surrounding your area. Don't worry too much about all the diseases. Worry about only 30 to 40. That is also too much. You can even take 10 diseases out of which one disease can be your expertise. So ultimately, to become famous or for serving the society, even one disease is more than sufficient to become famous. Now, for doing all these things, what is the suggested method of reading is one samhita should be read completely. What we usually do, because of multiple problems, because of the syllabus, because of competition from other fields, our syllabus is made in such a way that we have certain samhita, we have certain subject, we also have certain contemporary medicine related study. But ultimately, for you to become a successful Vaidya in Ayurveda, what you need to focus is you have to study at least one samhita completely, preferably with Ashtanga Hridayam. That is why Ashtanga Hridayam is kept in the first year rather than Charaka or Sushruta, because Charaka and Sushruta are no doubt considered as the best, you can say, kind of physicians and surgeons. But once the teacher is, once you consider teacher point of view, from teaching point of view, nobody can beat Vagbhata. Vagbhata is a very good teacher and his teaching methodology is ultimate. You can just see it in Sutrasthan. If you see the Sutrasthan, the chapter number 1 takes the entire Ayurveda in brief. Second to 10, up to the starting from Dinacharya and up to Sabedi Adhyaya, you can see he is concentrating on the Hetu Skandha. So Hetu, whatever is written from that 12th, 2nd to 10th is nothing but Hetu. If you don't follow Roganatpadaniya, you are going to get a disease. If you don't follow Dinacharya, you are going to get a disease. If you don't follow the Annaraksha, you are going to get a disease. If you don't follow Matra Shitya, you are going to get a disease. So that is 2nd to 10th. 11 and 12 exclusively dedicated for patient. That is, you can say, clinical assessment, 11 and 12, Doshadi Vignanam and Dosha Vedya, where you are assessing the patient's pathological status. The entire Samprapti is explained in 11 and 12. And 13 onwards, it is the Chikitsa. You can see Doshopakramaniya, Dvidopakramaniya, and then the individual procedures, ultimately ending with the Shalya, that is Charagni Karma. So the entire 13 to 30 chapters are dedicated for Chikitsa. So if you see the Sutrasthana of Vagbhata, the beginning is nothing but the brief explanation of Ayurveda, followed by Hetu, Linga and Aushadha. So this kind of explanation by Vagbhata proves himself as the best teacher in Ayurveda. And his explanation way is so simple. It is, even its commentaries are not difficult. Its commentaries are also quite easy, Arunadatha and Imadri, because these are almost the recent ones. And that is why whenever a student asks me regarding how to study or which to study, I'll definitely tell him Ashtanga Hridayam should be the preference. May it be in syllabus or may it not be in syllabus. Start from Sutrasthana beginning, first chapter, end it with the Uttaratantra last. That is the ultimate way of getting the entire knowledge of a science. Otherwise, if you mix Charaka, Sushruta, Vagbhata, what is usually happening in present days, especially in multiple choice questions, where students are usually engaged, they are not going to learn anything. Charaka says 6 angula, Sushruta says 8 angula, Vagbhata says 5 angula. These kinds of studies are not going to take you anywhere towards success. Mark my words, these are just to clear the exams. These are just to clear the exams. These are just to clear certain MCQs to get a higher college or higher degree. Otherwise, in practical life, these comparative studies are not going to help you anywhere. So read it when you require in that way. Otherwise, when you think from practical point of view, one book theory is must. So Ashtanga Hridayam should be read completely. Otherwise, start with Charaka first chapter, end with the Charaka Siddhi 12. Otherwise, start with Sushruta first chapter. Usually you consider Sushruta as a surgeon, but he is a very good physician. You will understand only when you start reading from first chapter and end with the last. If you see the Annapana Adhyaya, Sushruta Samhita is having the maximum shloka when you compare it with Charaka and Vagbhata. So Sushruta is also a good physician. If you want to learn Sushruta's way of understanding, start from first, end with Sushruta last. And initially you should just go on reading, Pata. Read it, partially you will understand and partially you will be able to apply. Then minimum one patient should be seen in hospital every day. Whatever you read, may it be Dosha Dhatumala, Vradikshaya Lakshana, apply it in that patient on that particular day. At least 30 minutes, if you communicate with them, soft skills point of view, the application of Samhita point of view, you yourself will be able to understand. And then, just a hint for you, if you analyze Tantra Yukti, each and every Samhita has Tantra Yukti at the last. Charaka Samhita mentions it at the end, Siddhi 12. Sushruta mentions it almost end, Uttara Tantra 65. Vagbhata mentions it Uttara Tantra 40th chapter. So this is at the end. So you might get a question, if Tantra Yukti is so important to understand Samhita, why is it written at last? It should have been thought in the beginning. So no, the answer is, for understanding Tantra Yukti, you need to have the knowledge of Ayurveda. That is why initially just read from first to last, just like a newspaper, just like a novel, analyze the things wherever possible, apply the things wherever possible. Once you are at the end, now you read the Tantra Yukti individually, come back to your first chapter. Start reading the first chapter and then now apply the Tantrayukti in each and every verse in the second time, third time reading. You are in a better position for understanding the subject and at the same time the practical application of that. Now I agree that there are certain problems in Samhita where our mind, or you can say our nervous system doesn't allow us to agree certain things. Maybe like females should not be allowed for doing this kind of work. Females should not be talked in that way. This patient should be given this kind of thing. Certain things, certain times we don't agree. And even I agree to that. But the problem is the entire Charaka Samhita, Sushruta, Vagbhata, what we are having is not the original Samhita what we are having. You need to understand that these Samhita were written in these kinds of manuscripts. You can see this as one of the manuscript. Maybe Charaka Samhita, the earlier version, the Agnivesha Tantra was something like this. Whatever we are having is a sophisticated book, but I mean, imagine the person who is getting these kinds of papers in the beginning days. How will he able to understand? He has to understand that, he has to apply that, he has to edit and then publish. So during this time, there were people called as scribes. Scribes are nothing but every manuscript gets, you can say, it doesn't remain the same state after 100 or 200 years. Every 200 years, the book was supposed to be copied. There were no photocopy machines that time. So each and every time this book was written by somebody else. They were called as scribe. What I have written is scribe. Scribe is nothing but the person who copies manuscript. And ultimately, when these 10 to 15 times it has been copied, definitely you can understand there were multiple changes made during that time. They are called as scribal errors. These are called as scribal error. And Charaka Samhita, what you are having in present days, that is compiled by Yadavji Trikamji Acharya, one of the renowned physician from Maharashtra. He had 12 Charaka Samhita versions. He had 12 Charaka Samhita versions from South India, North India, East and West, all parts of India. He got 12 different versions of Charaka Samhita, and ultimately he compiled all of them and saw that this could be the closest version of Charaka Samhita what he published. But still, there could be errors. There could be certain things which are controversial in nature, and those controversies may not be controversies. There could be simply errors. Just for example, Udvartana is considered to be Kafara in Vagbhata. But same Udvartana, when you see Sushruta Samhita, it is written as Vatahara. Now these kinds of questions confuse the students. What is right, what is wrong? There could be some scribal error in Sushruta's version. Otherwise, Udvartana is always Kafara. So these points also you need to keep in mind whenever you are not able to understand things. So these are certain examples. What I have shown is these are certain examples. So these are all available in our manuscript unit, manuscript department in NIA. So I'm just showing you. So how the scribes used to write. You can see the line above the shloka. There are certain words written there. So these are nothing but certain local names for each and every drug. So when the person copies from this while creating a textbook, then it is difficult. He may not have written as it is. Certain mistakes could be there. So this is the manuscript unit or nodal agency, manuscript department in NIA, which is running since 2016, and recently from 2020 December onwards, the Ministry of AYUSH has declared it as the nodal agency for Ayurveda manuscriptology. So here what we basically do is whatever manuscripts we are getting, we are digitizing and ultimately we are putting it in the portal of Ayurveda manuscriptology, which is going to be updated very soon. So we are working on these kinds of things. If we get a new version of Charaka, we'll analyze where they put modify it and ultimately give NCSM certain changes which may not be correct in the current version. So in that way, in the coming days, you can see a better version of all this Samhita because of scribal error and editing. So now the suggested method, what I would finally tell is, you need to develop soft skills, not just hard skills, through hospital rounds, attend the workshops to develop soft skills, interact with the people, not just your friends. You have different kinds of people in your entire area. All of them are going to be your patients in the near future. Interact with all of them. Otherwise, you will not be able to maintain the same level of professionalism with all. But ultimately, these 5.5 years is not necessary, not sufficient to understand each and everything. So whatever is possible to get out of these 5.5 years, that you can take just like a Hansa. Remaining things, you have so much of life in your future days. So that time you are going to understand. You should have an ability to think laterally when you read Samhita. Samhita will allow you to become a lateral thinker. Unlike the first line, linear thinker, where only one solution is possible, the Samhita study will make you a lateral thinker. And ultimately, 25 years is not sufficient to become BMS practitioner. When you finish BMS, you are almost at 25 years of age. So that is only 25% of your study. Next 25% you are going to study with on your own intellectual capacity and with discussion with your friends. Only 25% you are going to learn in college. Don't expect each and every teacher to teach Samhita in detail to make you perfect in samhita. Not at all possible. Only 25%. 25% own intelligence, and at the same time discussion 25% with the discussion with the friends, with the peer group. So 25, 25, 25. Last 25% still it will be remaining. That will be completed as time passes. Padam kala kramena. When you are at 50 years of age, your understanding is different. When you're 60 years of age, your understanding will be different. So in that way, an Ayurveda Samhita can be understood only, like it cannot be completely understood in your entire life. So don't worry if you are not able to understand each and every line. This is my point. Understand whatever is necessary within these 5.5 years, whatever is clinically necessary, and whatever soft skills you can adopt that. Remaining things will come as time passes, and at the same time discussion with the peer group. So these are certain of the key points. Don't take Ayurveda just as a medical science. Don't think only patient and teacher, patient and doctor like relation. Here you have come to change your personality. Not just Vaidya, you are also changing your personality and becoming a perfect Vaidya. Each and every sutra has both possibly hard skill and soft skill. Time bound, you should be having target. Patients are inevitable. Without patients, not at all possible. This is one of the important point. And misinterpretation should be avoided by applying the Tantra Yukti. If you see Charaka Sushruta or Vagbata, they were not just Vaidya. They were physician, they were psychotherapists, they were researchers, they were good orators. They were good administrators as well. They used to administer so many of the students and at the same time patients. Pharmacists, they used to prepare their own pharmacies. They used to be good writer, poet. Whenever you see a Samhita Shloka, so beautifully they have written by applying certain chandas and all those things. So it is very much difficult for us to do it in present days. They were very much philosophical in nature. They were philanthropists. So they were having these kinds of properties. When you read an Ayurveda Samhita entirely, you can get all these properties within it. So this is the ultimate conclusion. When you read Samhita from these angles, then definitely your way of looking each and every sutra will vary. Definitely you will be able to become a better Vaidya in future. Regarding certain scientific principles, regarding certain Ayurveda principles, I have made certain videos where each and every line can be interpreted from scientific point of view, because of which the students may get a better interest. You can just go through that in this channel. Any suggestion is there, you can just mail it or you can just WhatsApp to my number, or if you have any queries or discussion related to that. As I earlier told, these are my opinion, these are not final. Whatever you have in your mind, whatever mistakes I have made or whatever you want to add to these points, you can definitely make in this email ID or WhatsApp number. I will be definitely incorporating it in any of the next lectures wherever I am delivering, and that will be even helpful for the other students. So with this, I end my lecture and I hand over this to the coordinator, Dr. Deepika Madam.
Any queries? Please unmute yourself to ask any doubt. Thank you, Dr. Nandeesh, for taking the time to speak to us today. Points discussed by you are very comprehensive, like what is required to be an expert in Ayurveda or to learn and practice Ayurveda, types of students, hard skills and soft skills, Ukta and Anukta in our Samhitas, misinterpreted concepts. Our Ayurvedic Samhitas are full of potential and we have to explore it by using practical approach of Pramanas, Tantrikis, Siddhants mentioned in our Samhitas. Overall, it was a mind-blowing uh, session. Thank you. Thanks a lot. It was an exciting presentation. I'm sure that you all are feeling enriched with knowledge that is spreaded by Dr. Nandeesh in this webinar. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank the management from your college, Sri Urmila Devi College, the principal Meenakshi Madam, vice principal and coordinator, that is yourself. You have communicated with me and you have conveyed all the messages what was required to conduct this. So I thank you as well, and the remaining faculty and even non-teaching faculty, the technical staff who are maintaining these kinds of lectures from behind. These are not visible for us, but definitely I'd like to thank each and everyone, for every person who has involved in this program.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request Mr. Gurpreet to please address us and share your views. Mr. Gurpreet. Sorry, due to some technical issues, Mr. Gurmeet will be with us tomorrow. So thank you, our delegates. I express my gratitude to our guest of honor, our speaker for today, and respected principal ma'am and vice principal ma'am. Thanks to our delegates. Thank you. Jai Ayurved. Jai Dhanvantari.